Okay. Well, thank you so much. You boys doing a most fantastic job there, getting us through the morning. In fact, you're most welcome to pitch back in and have a little bit more playtime if you wish after we get to this. But good morning, everybody, and welcome to Airborne, the second day of this fabulous aviation festival. And as many of you know, we will very shortly be commemorating two, but particularly one major significant event this year. And that, of course, is the 80th anniversary of the declaration of surrender by the Japanese Imperial Army 80 years ago on this day. We're also, as it happens, of course, earlier this year in May, also commemorated the 80th anniversary of victory in Europe. And at the same time, it just happens to be the 85th anniversary of the Battle of Britain. And we'll be talking more about that anniversary in particular with the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight later on this afternoon towards the end of the air display. What I'd ask you to do now, if you wouldn't mind, is just calm everyone down in your area because very shortly we will be continuing with the appropriate epitaph and the 2-minute silence at midday. And if I could ask all traders and activities to think about just closing up, please, if you wouldn't mind, in about 5 minutes' time, so that we can all just take a moment to pause. And that will be at 12 o'clock exactly. Thank you.
1, 2.
Today, we mark a significant anniversary date, VJ Day, the anniversary of the 15th of August 1945, when Japan announced its surrender to the Allied forces. The surrender was met with relief and celebration that after 6 long years, the Second World War was finally over. Over 90,000 British troops were casualties in the war against Japan. 30,000 died, and 37,500 were held as prisoners of war, one of them my own uncle. As the fighting ended in Europe in May 1945, Allied troops in the East were still engaged in fierce warfare. Burma, now known as Myanmar, was liberated by the 14th Army, often referred to as the Forgotten Army, and they were the principal British fighting force in the East. It was an extraordinary army composed of troops from South Asia, Africa, and British Burmese and Gurkha units. Some 85,000 were from pre-partition India. By 1945, the British Indian Army was the largest volunteer force in history, made up of 2.5 million men and women. The war claimed the lives of 87,000 of these volunteers. Through the early months of 1945, the 14th Army fought intensely and pushed determined Japanese forces back through hundreds of miles of malaria-infested jungle, supported by continual supply drops from the air. In the Pacific, Australian forces faced fierce resistance on Borneo, and US forces fought to take the strategically important islands of Iwo Jima and Okinawa. Battles which were marked by appalling levels of casualties. After Okinawa fell on the 22nd of June, an invasion of the Japanese home islands was planned, with enormous levels of casualties expected. Before the invasion was to take place, however, the most destructive war in history came to a rapid end. On the 6th of August, the United States dropped the first atomic bomb over Hiroshima. 2 days later, the Soviet Union declared war on Japan, followed by a huge attack on the 9th of August. That very day also saw the dropping of the second atomic bomb over Nagasaki. The number of deaths from the bombs has been estimated as high as 200,000. Recognizing that victory was impossible, the Japanese government finally accepted the Allied surrender on the 14th of August. The following day was declared victory over Japan. Tens of thousands of Allied prisoners of war had to be located across vast areas, including the Japanese mainland. The process of demobilization began for British and Commonwealth forces, although thousands remained on active service in occupied Japan and Southeast Area Command. Yet VJ Day itself was a final day of relief, and to give grateful recognition for the sacrifice of those who had served, we now remember them 80 years on. They shall not grow old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them. tell them of us, and say, for your tomorrow, we gave our today. Thank you, everybody, for your attention. The bugle today was played by drummer Thewlis from the 1st Battalion, the Princess of Wales Royal Regiment. We hope you have a wonderful day here at day 2 of Airborne. Time will start in just over an hour's time, so a great opportunity for you to get to know what is around the Showground area. Particularly on the Western Lawns, there's a number of activities you can undertake there, and also the kids can meet up with Amy and Ace, the bears, the airborne bears, of course, especially get some photographs with them. And do please make sure you pick up a program that's got everything you need to know to make the most of the day and the evening. We'll be telling you more about the entertainment available to extend your day here right through this evening. And but of course, do make sure that the children are well looked after. They've got hats, sunscreen, plenty of fluids as well. There's a massive refueling water site on the Western Lawns. It's got 4,000 litres daily refreshed and ice cold water available for you. I know I'll certainly be topping up my reusable container very, very shortly indeed to make the most of the day. And please, generals, in terms of just getting yourselves comfortable, please keep all your belongings with you at all stages. And if you see any issues whatsoever, please just report that to any of the friendly stewards and police around the site. But before the flying starts, I've got one more interesting visitor coming into the commentary box in about 15 or 20 minutes' time, and that's Joe Pasquale, of course, well known if you've already been to the theatre, but even without that, of course, a well-known name on the comedy and, of course, on the television circuit. More of that in about 15 minutes' time. Well, a very warm welcome to you. Literally a warm welcome today, which is just marvellous news. Certainly going to be a wee bit hotter than it was yesterday. So please take all the necessary precautions, particularly in terms of looking after the children here. As you're settling down onto the beach, please note that we would preferably not see anything at all in the air. And if the wind does come up, those with umbrellas, please hang on to them tightly. But definitely no drones, kites or balloons, please. This is a restricted airspace zone, and anything like that causes a clear and obvious danger to the aircraft flying later on. Now, amongst the aircraft featuring today, we have a number of sponsors. Top of that is our gold sponsor of the Richard Goodwin's jet pits later in today, and that is Trafalgar Theatres. They're providing a new area, of course, of world-class entertainment at our Eastbourne Theatres here. And this week you can catch a West End production of The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe at the Congress Theatre, or the play What I Wrote, a sensational comedy celebrating legendary duo Morecambe and Wise with a surprise guest star each performance. Well, I'm going to be chatting to that guest star in about 10 or 15 minutes' time. So do stay with me and keep a listening for that. Well, I've just heard that Joe is running a few minutes late, but he'll be with me in just the next couple of minutes. And if you're just settling down on the seafront this afternoon, you will have noticed various people walking by with red T-shirts on and carrying buckets. And that's just one way you can help to keep this show on the road. 31 years we've made so far for Airborne. It would be great to make that another 31 as well. But we do need your help to keep it going. And that is through a series of donations that you can do in a variety of different ways. There's a QR code posted around the site. It's also in the programs where you can pledge a monthly donation from £2 a month. You can buy a program, a really super bumper program this year, just £10, and got a lot of useful detail, obviously a plan of the site, details not just of the aircraft, but all the other activity going on around the site during the afternoon and especially this evening as well. You could also buy, I should say, join the Supporters Club or the Air Bear Club as well. If you go up to the Western Lawns, you can meet Amy and Ace there, or book seating through hospitality. Now, there's not much left, I hasten to add. It's all sold out today and tomorrow, but there is room on Sunday if you'd like to come back and sit in a slightly more comfortable environment. It, of course, remains one of the few remaining free air displays delivered by the local authorities, and your support is absolutely essential for this. For the bucket collectors, you'll see them walking up and down. They're wearing red bucket collection T-shirts and vests. Many are from local charities themselves, and when you donate to their bucket, their charity also receives 30% of that donation. That all goes together, but our special thanks go to the Rotary Club of Hailsham and the team of volunteers for their support in organising the bucket collections. But finally, simplest way to go about it, perhaps just go to saveairborne.com. Well, comedy is breaking out in the commentary box at the moment because I'm absolutely delighted to have Joe Pasquale sitting next to me this very moment. Good afternoon, Joe. Welcome.
Good afternoon, George. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody on the beach as well. It's nice to be here, isn't it, love?
Well, it is just delightful, and I'm always pleased to hear. But you're here doing something slightly different. Now, tell me about your current residency in Eastbourne.
My current residency actually starts on Tuesday. I actually start taking part in the play what I wrote at the Devonshire Park Theatre here. When I say the play what I wrote, I didn't write it. It's the homage, that's what the French say it, but I say homage, to Morecambe and Wise. It's a fantastic show called The Play What I Wrote, and it's about two lads that become a double act, and basically they want to become Morecambe and Wise. And in the process of doing it, they write a play for the second half, and they, like Morecambe and Wise, they get a special guest in. And to cut a very long story short, I get a verbal kick in for about an hour, and it's fantastic. It's, if you know, people need escapism, people need to laugh. It's a hard world that we're all living in now, and to have escapism and have a 2 hours of a freedom of concern, this is a show that does that for you. So if anybody's listening and you want to laugh, please come and see us next week. It's open this weekend with Michael Praden at the moment, but it's a wonderful, wonderful show, George. You'd love it.
It sounded an absolute gas. How long are you going to stay here?
I'm only here for a week, sadly, but a week, you know, a week in Eastbourne is a week in heaven.
It is absolutely delightful, isn't it? Now,
I love it.
You, Chris, what is your favourite genre? You dip into panto, you do telly, you do the odd... You haven't seen you do any Shakespeare, though. I wonder why.
Strangely enough, I did. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead, right? I'm not known for my Shakespearean stuff, which is a Tom Stoppard play, all about the two characters from Hamlet.
Yes.
And I absolutely love that. But yeah, I think just the fact that I crossed so many bridges, I like doing stand-up is my life still. I've been doing that for 40 years, and I still enjoy making people laugh, as I said. And people, since COVID as well, people need to laugh. We do. We forget to laugh. We forget to be children again. Kids are laughing all the time, and as adults, we forget to laugh. And this is the joy of this play that we're doing next week. It teaches us to laugh again. It teaches us to be kids. And I like just generally making people laugh.
That's a great message, and I'm absolutely delighted. You're absolutely right. It all seems to go, particularly the online stuff. We need to get funny again.
We need to be children again. We forget we're told to be adults and grow up. No, look what the adults are doing to the world. Be a child again. It's fantastic.
Now, you've landed here right in the middle of an air show, which is fantastic news, because you may not recall, but we have a little aviation connection, and it goes back about 10 years, I think, to Blackbush and a wonderful charity called Aerobatics.
I remember it very well. I can't believe it. As I came up, I know this gentleman here, and yeah, it's fantastic. I love being a part of it. I love aviation generally, because the history of flying in the UK, this is where flying started, as you know.
But you used to be scared stiff.
I was petrified of flying, and then after I did I'm a Celebrity, which was 21 years ago, I jumped out of a plane, hung out the helicopters, and I did all that sort of stuff. If I can jump out of planes, I should be able to learn to fly one. Then I've been working for CSE for about 30 years, which is Combined Service Entertainment. Yeah. So I've been around, we've been to Iraq, and I've been to Falklands 3 times, and all the the war zones. And I got a chance of flying most of the military aircraft there was. And in about 20 years ago, I was in Cyprus doing shows for the RAF. And which is where the RAF train, the Red Arrows, and I had a chance to go up in the... Yeah, I got up in the Red Arrows, and that was where my love of aviation was really born. When I went up in the Red Arrows, and I thought, oh my God, this is a mind-blowing thing for me, to have never been up in planes like that before. And then that was it. I was sold then. I became a pilot, and I got my own pilot's license, and I'm not a commercial pilot, because people won't even come sit on the same settee as me, let alone get
you'd be the funniest commercial pilot. I'd love a trip to New York with you up the front end.
Imagine my voice coming and go, hello, it's a pilot speaking, don't eat the nuts,
Don't panic, Mr. Mannering. Yes.
I love it. I love these air shows. I'm fantastic for being here for Airborne today.
Did you really fly Harry Redknapp around Poole Harbour?
Yes, I did. They said to me, I said to Harry, will you go up with Joe? He went, yeah, of course I will. He didn't know how many hours I'd done at the time, but I didn't tell him how many hours I'd done. But yeah, It was fantastic. We were all over Poole Harbour, and he'd never been in a light aircraft either. He just blatantly went, yep, the insurance for the television company, was through the roof for it. But they let me do it. I can't believe they let me out and let me loose with Harry Redknapp in the plane.
Yeah, absolutely terrific. Well, I'm so glad you sorted it, and I'm really pleased to hear. I was with BFBS radio for a while, freelancing there, 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah.
And it's a wonderful organisation, and that CSE, taking entertainment to the troops wherever they are,
Yeah.
it's very special, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But the BFBF stuff, because that would that was a link to home for them as well, though, as you know, because as a civilian to go out to these places and see what's actually going on in these war zones is mind-blowing, and I loved every second of it, to meet the people with their feet on the ground, and to listen to BFBS out there, in the Falklands in particular, listen to it all, because there's nothing else in the Falklands other than you, you and sheep, and that's it. But yeah, you did a great job on that. It was lovely.
Yeah, well, I'm very, very pleased. But the other reason I'm pleased to hear is that Trafalgar Theatres are our headline sponsors.
Yes.
And it really, without that sort of sponsorship, it's really tough to keep these shows going.
Yeah, I think after COVID, every business suffered, particularly show business, particularly the theatres, and it's still in recovery now. It's getting better, but people want, as I said before, they want to be entertained, they want to laugh, they want to escapism, because if you open up a newspaper, turn the telly on, put the news on the internet, it's bad news everywhere, and we need positivity still, and that's what Trafalgar are bringing to the masses.
And you may not know, they are also sponsoring the jet pits. Richard Goodwin, one of our top-of-the-pack aerobatic pilots.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and well, you're welcome to come back. Let me just have a look at the schedule.
What time's that?
We're going to see him at 1:45.
I
bet you're full up.
I'm starting rehearsals at 1 o'clock. Yeah, sadly, but I'll hear him. I will definitely hear him over the road.
Yeah, well, spare him a thought on behalf of the theatre and everything that you're doing as well. It's great to have that support. Really is genuinely good. If you've got a message for people of Eastbourne today,
yes.
I suspect first is come and see you.
Come and see us next week. It's every night next week, and a matinee on Wednesday and Saturday. The play what I wrote at Devonshire Park. Come buy your tickets. And also, if you look like your passport photo, you're too ill to travel.
Joe, it's been a real pleasure.
Thank you, George.
Lovely to see you.
It's lovely to be here.
Have a great week next week on Treading the Boards.
Thanks for having me.
Righty. Bye-bye. Brilliant. Well, a very warm welcome to you all if you've just joined us here on the seafront for what is looking to be an epic second day of Airborne this year, the 31st show that has taken place on this seafront, and may it continue for many, many years to come. As you're settling in, please bear in mind that we would like to see absolutely nothing in the air from wherever you are, whether that be a drone, a kite or a balloon. The airspace is protected here, but not least it is also a danger to any aviation and obviously the air display aircraft themselves and the pilots. So please bear that in mind. Do look after all your belongings during the day, and make sure you pick up a wristband from the information stands or the lifeguards unit along the seafront, and make sure that you've got your numbers there for the children to help reconcile and obviously rendezvous with each other during the course of the afternoon. The program is absolutely brilliant, by the way. Real bumper edition this year, just £10. Make sure you pick up that as well. That'll tell you more in a lot of detail and with some great photography about the aircraft and the crews flying here today, and also, more importantly, about what is going on around the seafront and in the town this evening as well, and during the weekend if you're hopefully staying with us during that time. Well, flying starts in approximately 20 minutes time. We're kicking off with a whole range of different aircraft. In the first section, we've got the Tutor, a Jet Provost, we've got the Pit Special from Richard Goodwin, of course, the Wing Walker, sadly just one aircraft with us this year, the Vampire, which has been brought all the way across from Norway, and a very special treat, one of the largest heavy lift aircraft in the Royal Air Force inventory, is going to basically tie us down to a mid-afternoon break before going into the rather more high energy second half this afternoon. So settle down, enjoy yourselves. Do give generously to the bucket collectors if you see them passing by. Red T-shirts. And as I say, make sure also that the children, with this very strong sunshine, is going to be much hotter today than yesterday. Keep their hats on, sunscreen, plenty of fluids. There is a very large water dispenser area, a refueling station for you on the western lawns. Make the most of all that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, an absolutely apt song there to lead us into the start of this second day. Beautiful, beautiful weather. It doesn't get much better than this. Gorgeous. The temperature in the sea is 20. I was in there 8 o'clock this morning, absolutely lapping it up. It was delightful, and it looks like a fabulous afternoon for air display flying as well. We've got a great schedule packed full. We will be taking a bit of a break in the middle just to give you the chance to top up on the rations, sort out the children, all that sort of thing. But we'll be flying right through until 5:30 this afternoon. We're kicking off with a delightful little display, and that represents the training organisation of the Royal Air Force, something that actually all three services contribute towards in terms of either selection, grading, or elementary flying training. You'll hear a lot more about that in just a moment. But it's very important to keep your eyes open and look around the horizon as well, because some of these aircraft can be very hard to spot. So it's always handy to see a few arms going up as well. But this one we're expecting in, I believe, from around the Beachy Head side. And to tell you all about that, please welcome Flying Officer Seb Wilson.
Good morning, everyone at Eastbourne. Good afternoon, even. It's taken that long already. We are having a fantastic time. Time does fly when you're having fun. As George said, I am Flying Officer Seb Wilson. I am the Tutor Display Manager for this season. The Tutor Display, our first flying display of the day, and I'm very happy to be opening up the show. The Tutor is a small single-engined aircraft. You think, well, it's not the fastest, it's not the loudest, but it is one of the most important because it is the aircraft that many, many of the pilots you see today will have started their careers in. Most of the pilots that are flying now is roughly about the generation that would have flown the Tutor when it was in its elementary flying training role, which it now continues with the Air Cadets and the University Air Squadron. 13:25 is when we're meant to be displaying, so any minute now you'll see the Tutor hopefully coming in from the right, from Beachy Head. So if I could see anybody pointing it out when they see it, hopefully that'll mean I can see it as well, and I'll launch into my spiel. The Tutor is, as I said, it's a single engine, it's a white aircraft. Hopefully today we have a spare one in yellow as well, so we might see that one depending on which one was running the best this morning over at Showground. We've got a Tutor display stand in the military display area in the military village today, helped by both Bristol and Southampton University Air Squadron students. So if you're curious about the Tutor display, Air Cadets, or anything RAF and University, please do go talk to them, and they've got some Tutor freebies as well. You might be thinking, well, why does the RAF display all these fantastic fast jets, vintage aircraft, and then a single engine trainer? Well, it's because it's the most accessible aircraft. It's the one that young people can look at and say, I can get in that soon, whether it's an Air Cadets or the UAS. And there he is on the right, Flight Lieutenant Bob Dews, just coming around for then running in towards the crowd, glinting in the sun. Excellent visibility today for all of the displays. I will launch into my spiel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to the 2025 Royal Air Force Tutor Display. My name is Flying Officer Seb Wilson. I'm the Tutor Display Manager this season, and it's a pleasure to display the Grob for you all today. And now, flying in towards us from the centre, and at 200 miles an hour, is the Tutor Display pilot, Flight Lieutenant Bob Dews. As he pulls up, he converts his speed into height to perform his first manoeuvre, the Hammerhead. Flight Lieutenant Dews was born in Carmarthen, South Wales, and started his flying career in the Royal Air Force in 1989, flying the Queen of the Skies, the VC-10, out of RAF Brize Norton. He was then a search and rescue pilot on the Sea King. From the end of this half horizontal, Bob will push negative 2G, levelling the aircraft upside down for an inverted pass. I've had the pleasure of sitting in on this display on a couple of occasions. I can tell you that this is deeply uncomfortable, hanging in his straps. It's a very difficult manoeuvre to maintain. This is Bob's second year with the Tutor display. He's operating at a base height of 300 feet, except for the two final passes at just 100 feet over the sea. The next two manoeuvres are a wing over and then the ballistic rolls, which Bob uses to gain energy for the next part of the sequence. Displaying the Tutor requires careful energy management due to its low power-to-weight ratio. When not displaying, Bob is a qualified flying instructor, or QFI, on 115 Squadron, based at RAF Wittering, where he trains frontline pilots into fellow tutor QFIs. During his very varied career, Bob has amassed over 8,000 flying hours on 15 different aircraft types. This represents almost a whole year in the air. After this half Cuban, Bob will enter a 4-point roll. Get your cameras ready for some great angles. In the 4-point roll, Bob delicately uses the rudder to support the nose above the horizon while flying at 90 degrees angle of bank. The Tutor has a top speed of 212 miles per hour or 185 knots and can achieve maximum possible 6G, meaning that Bob is subjected to forces 6 times that of gravity. Now another wing over, a combined pitching and rolling maneuver used to turn the flight path through 180 degrees. You'll notice that every wing over Bob does is slightly different as he carefully selects his flight path to cater for differing wind conditions and aircraft energy states. Bob now rolls 90 degrees while pointing straight up before completing a stall turn at almost 0 airspeed. The 2 90-degree turns allow Bob to continue in the same direction. Into a loop. The Grob Tutor is operated by No. 6 Flying Training School in partnership with Babcock International, primarily flying University Air Squadron students and RAF Air Cadets. There are 13 air experience flights across the UK that offer flights to up to 20,000 air cadets each year. This could be you if you're between 13 and 20 years old. 50 air cadets a year are now being taught to fly the Tutor up to solo standard, flying it on their own. After completing his conventional stall turn, Bob will enter a slow roll. This unique yellow and black Tutor, it is one of one. It was originally a trial paint scheme to provide a high contrast, but now it's become a favourite at air shows and has been nicknamed the Bumblebee. Our other display aircraft has the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund heart on its belly, seen since 2022 to celebrate this fantastic charity. The Benevolent Fund supports Royal Air Force veterans, personnel and air cadets wherever they are in need. We are proud to raise awareness for a charity that gives so much to the whole of the RAF family. Visit our tent, website or view our Tutor display leaflets to access a QR code to donate to the Benevolent Fund. For those of you considering going to university, there are 15 different university air squadrons across the UK. On the squadrons, students are taught to fly the Tutor by highly experienced military flying instructors, like Bob. It is worth mentioning that the UAS syllabus is 80 hours long and does include solo aerobatics. Members are not committed to a military career after graduation, although many do decide to join the Royal Air Force. We're now in the high energy section of the display with a derry turn, quarter clover, and now another loop. Quintessential aerobatic maneuvers. Today, the Royal Air Force is recruiting for multiple rewarding and demanding professions and has an exciting future with the continued development of our combat, utility, and maritime patrol aircraft, as well as UK Space Command. Now recently joined with the introduction of our airborne early warning system at RIAT E7 Wedgetail and remotely piloted capabilities with Protector. Now down to just 100 feet for a fast pass. The high tempo of operations continues today with aircraft and personnel deployed around the world, operating with NATO and our other allies. Visit the RAF website to find out more about our professions, including but not limited to air crew, air operations controllers, engineers, medics, cyberspace professionals, and many more. We're now in the final section of the display with an oblique loop and a half Cuban. The oblique loop puts the aircraft in plan form to the crowd twice, so it's a great photo opportunity. I'd like to take this moment to say a big thank you to our supporters and sponsors this season. They are the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund, Runway 25 and Babcock International, who have provided much of the merchandise we're giving out on our stand this season. If you've got any good photos of the Tutor, make sure to tag our social media accounts and we will repost them, with your permission, of course. Bob's now bringing the tutor around for his departing wave. It's a final photo opportunity, and yes, he will be able to see you waving. A big thank you to Eastbourne Airshow for hosting us today. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the 2025 Royal Air Force Tutor.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Well, he's giving you a wave by, so come on, you know what to do. Boys, girls, mums and dads, give him a huge wave off. Excellent piece of flying. It's really interesting. We were chatting about conspicuity colours just before we started flying this afternoon, and you'll see how good yellow is against a blue sky in terms of being able to spot it. But the other colour, which was underneath the wings, was black, and they're the two most common, well, the most well-noted colours to ensure you are able to catch sight of something at a distance. That explains why most of the things like military ships and aircraft are a grey, murky colour. Back up at the sharp end, where you're heading next, I think, Simon.
Yes, I'm off to the...
Seb, I should say. Sorry.
I'm off back to training in October on the multi-engine stream, so I'll be flying one of the big aircraft, I don't know which one yet, onto the Phenom in February, which is effectively a business jet-sized aircraft to sort of work on my multi-engine skills, and then sometime after that, something bigger.
Yeah, well, who knows? So you've got a long career to look ahead to, I suspect, and I'm sure you're going to enjoy it immensely. Great. Well, look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you very much. See you all then.
Pleasure. Just also worth noting that the tutor was locally sponsored by Lansdowne Hotel, which is currently not only putting up an awful lot of the Royal Air Force contingent here this particular weekend, but is also hosting many of the other individuals involved in putting on the military displays as well, and is notably in the, I believe, the third generation of hands running that hotel since 1912, an extraordinary history. So I hope to chat to one of the owners of that during the course of the weekend. Well, plenty more coming your way, of course, and we, as always, put on a fairly wide-ranging, eclectic degree of excitement and entertainment for you during the course of the afternoon. A few, what can we say, earlier generation jets coming up very shortly. Something from the, well, basically developed in the 50s, but actually flew on and was extended into the 90s, and even right at the sharp end operationally with a number of overseas military organizations as well. We've got a very early generation, Gen 1 aircraft as well, out of the Royal Air Force inventory, all the way across from Norway, together with a special guest to finish off this afternoon, something I think that we rarely get to see along the seafront of the United Kingdom. But once again, just a reminder, please, the sun very, very hot now. Please make sure the children in particular are well covered with sunscreen, wearing hats, and keep everybody dehydrated, the entire family. There is a very large rehydration station on the Western Lawns. We're around about 4,000 litres of fresh, ice-cool water ready for you to top up your recyclable containers, so make the most of that. Do keep all your belongings close by, keep an eye on all those, and of course get wristbands for the children. Well, I understand the next aircraft has just been cleared to join us, and this features a well-known, well, he was at the time, about 14 years ago, a young officer called Phil Bird took to displaying. Here he is now in the Jet Pro 324. Yes, and I'm referring to Phil Bird, a name that was well known during those days when he was the Hawk display pilot, has since moved on. A very extensive career in the Royal Air Force has now led him into commercial flying, but in his spare time, flying what many of us who knew the Air Force in the 70s, 80s and early 90s knew this aircraft and the family of Jet Provost extremely well indeed. It was the initial development of this family of aircraft. It's best to call it that because it was developed extensively over the decades. Began back in the mid-50s when the Air Force was looking for a new dedicated jet training aircraft to take over from the Percival Provost. Well, right at the end of that tree, almost, was this aircraft, the Mark V. The Mark V was the slightly faster second phase of military fast jet training based at the likes of RAF Lincoln-on-Ouse, which was literally just loaded with dozens and dozens of jet Provosts, predominantly Mark IIIs, which was the basic trainer, but then with the addition of a new Viper engine and pressurized as well, developed into the T5. This particular aircraft was built at Wharton as the 38th T5. Entered service with 3 FTS at RAF Leeming in September 1970. Used extensively for pilot training and also used by the school's aerobatics team, the Gemini pair, during 1973. And at that time, the Air Force fielded a number of different air display teams. Tomorrow you will see a version very similar to this, extended into the export armed operational version, the Strike Master. But this essentially the end of the qualifying, or the main qualifying period of pilot training before moving on then to advanced jet or perhaps streamed into rotary or heavy lift capabilities. Phil putting this through a number of gentle maneuvers. Again, being a mid-gen aircraft, this not having the capability of modern designs. And therefore uses a bit more airspace. And we'll be able to compare this with the Vampire and the Typhoon during the course of the afternoon. So, you will now understand how these are relatively gentle loops. The main limit being around about 5G as opposed to something like the 9G that we will see later on in the afternoon from the Typhoon. Phil Bird, flying it today, joined the Air Force in 2002. And after initial fast jet training was posted to number 43 squadron to fly the Tornado F3. We saw a lot of operational service on that, particularly on quick reaction alert, depending the skies around UK and the Falklands, but was also moved on eventually after being a short period as an instructor on the Hawk. He eventually moved on to Typhoon and got even more operational experience there on the well-known Operation Shader, where he flew daily combat missions in Iraq and Syria. This aircraft celebrating its 54th birthday and looked after extremely well, like so many of these aircraft, by a number of different entrepreneurs and enthusiasts without whom we just simply wouldn't be able to field these heritage aircraft that are so good to make up today's air displays. The aircraft was based at RAF Linton-on-Ouse from 1974 and then moved on further to 6 FTS at RAF Finningley, where it was used for both navigation and low-level air defence training tasks. Eventually being discharged from the Royal Air Force in 1994 following 24 years service, changed hands several times before being picked up in 2017 by Jeff Bell. As I refer to, one of the many entrepreneurial and enthusiastic hands who just spend a lot of time, and I suspect a fair amount of money, in helping to keep these really important British heritage aircraft in the skies. Yeah, I was just checking there, Phil, breaking off a little earlier than I anticipated, but a superb display as always you would expect from such an accomplished display pilot anyway. You probably heard the little whine there from the Viper engine as it shot off. It can get up to 420 knots, but nonetheless, very gently performed for us. But now we're going to change the genre once again into something a little more rip-roaring and, what can we say, a little more dynamic. So you're going to need to look out high to your right-hand side now to pick out a much, much smaller aircraft, which you certainly won't hear too quickly. And that will be the start, slightly different start from Richard's normal repertoire. And he'll be coming in the outstanding Pitts Special that he has spent so much time improving, modifying, and turning into a massively successful and very dynamic air display indeed. He's a master at his work, a truly dedicated and passionate individual. Spends hours and hours as an engineer working on his own aircraft based up at Staverton near Cheltenham. This particular aircraft, the second in his design workshop, you may remember the red and white liveried G-Whiz. Prior to that he was flying a Kristen Eagle, but now a very, very public and regular performer all around the UK. And very much with DNA in his whole family line as well. His father was a well-known hunter display pilot in the Royal Air Force. Richard himself went on to join the Royal Air Force as well. He flew the Tornado for many years before then moving into commercial aviation. So we clearly have a number of aircraft based around the south coast and a little bit near London as well, North Wales, Southend, Leeds, and across at Shoreham as well. So each of them positioning from different angles. We've got two holds here, the main one being over on the right-hand side, Beachy Head, the other at Pevensey, down towards the left-hand side, beyond the pier, of course. But you can just about picking them up now. One of the great things about these aircraft is not only is this a very, very modified and dynamic display that you're about to see, but it's also all about energy management, something you heard during the course of the Tutor display, where height is always a massive advantage. There the smoke is on. Richard's already pulling up into a loop. And now you can hear that massive 8-cylinder engine on the front end being exercised. Now, many will know this as the muscle plane. It is billed as the jet pits, but regrettably, the jets are not working at the moment. But nonetheless, it makes very little difference to what is an outstanding display. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome Richard Goodwin in the jet pits. Yes, what a rip-roaring start that is, and that smoke, all environmentally friendly by the way, most air crews using that now, and a bit like baby oil, and completely harmless. But this aircraft has been built from scratch over a period of 4 years, based on the S2S fuselage and incorporating a lot of tried and tested modifications. One of the biggest is the big wing design. It's absolutely unique with massive ailerons and more wing area, giving it a phenomenal roll rate and better low speed handling. Now, you need to be fit and absolutely focused to do this sort of flying. Here he is inverted, slipping around the circle and then rolling out. And of course, while you're inverted, you're suffering negative G, standing upside down, all the blood rushing to your head, really uncomfortable. Pulling up there like he is now, pulling around about 5 to 6 G to get that effort going into that steep climb. And you've got to imagine your body is weighing 4 or 5 times its current weight as you stand there. Do that for 10 minutes, it is absolutely exhausting. You will see the full package of aerobatics here in Richard's hands. Side slips, accelerated rolls, shoulder rolls, pinwheels. And halfway through, you'll see his magical tower of power. More of that all to come. Right now, though, he's exercising the muscle aspects of this particular aircraft, the design of which goes back to the mid-1940s in the hands of Curtis Pitts, who was out to design a truly dedicated, competitive aerobatic aircraft. And he succeeded immensely, as this was adopted by so many teams around the world. And many, many individuals also scored victories in a numerous competitive aerobatic competitions. Little topside view there of Richard in the cockpit. It's a tiny little aircraft actually, but he will be peeking out now and again. Snap rolling all the way up there now, just, oh, and almost, yes, not quite a flat spin, but very close to that, spinning it out. And there the whole world's going upside down, just like watching washing in a machine. It happens fast, it happens furious. You're going from plus to minus very, very quickly indeed. Hence the appropriate need to be absolutely physically top of your form to do this. The heart of the power of this machine is a 6-cylinder 8.5 litre Lycoming engine, equipped with that massive smoke system. The gear has been changed, has titanium sprung legs, it's got a carbon cowling that reduces the weight and also the drag, and a modified rudder, making it look just a little more powerful, but also improving the yaw control as well. Oh, wonderful. Going in now into a vertical side slip. And you can just see he'll let it hang now on the propeller, may go a little bit gyroscopic where the movement of the propeller, he's letting it slip on its tail. And now with the smoke on, he's literally tumbled through his own smoke. Using this bit of a descent now to build up a bit more energy. Plenty of power, but you can increase the ability to climb and roll and do vertical maneuvers by building that speed into increased energy, and that's what he does very, very well indeed. Using the whole length of the fly line here, down to the pier, rolling it vertically, an extended launch of act virtually, and now flat spinning it down, and now pulling it out of that very, very quickly. Snap rolling left, then right. Absolutely perfection. The modification program is what has really given this biplane its enhanced capabilities, and therefore given Richard a unique opportunity to exploit his own personal bag of maneuvers. Making the most of all the climbs and descents, occasionally hovering it like a Harrier, not totally static. If he'd had the 2 jets on board, which gives him an extra 350 horsepower each side, then you would have seen him pretty static in the air. Sadly not to be done this weekend. Those engines currently being worked on across in the Netherlands. Once again inverted. Hates going in a straight line, doesn't he? He's just full of energy, Richard Goodwin. Loves every minute of it. He'll push up there, that really nose-bleeding maneuver to do, and then topping out there before, no doubt, putting in a few more rolls, using this descent once again to build up a bit more energy. Side slip, snap roll, side slip. He'll use this now, climb up. He'll get more and more altitude. Using this now as a bit of a cooling down, just a few seconds, catch his breath, check the T's and P's in the aircraft. And this is all in preparation for his tower of power. It starts with a high-speed dive from right out there in front of us. He'll pull sharply up into the vertical with accelerated snap rolls. Here he is now. Smoke is on once again. Diving into the turn. Using those rolls ballistically to increase and build up the energy required for the next set of vertical maneuvers. Here we go. Look at it now as he literally pushes to the boundaries. Snapping, rolling, holding it now, holding it, letting the airspeed bleed away. The aircraft really difficult to control, but it is under control as he lets it tumble back through his own smoke. Totally mesmerizing activity. This aircraft back in the 60s and 70s absolutely dominated world aerobatic competition. Now pushed back into a slightly lower category, but still nonetheless really, really effective, very entertaining to watch. Overtaken by the likes of the XA41 and the Edge aircraft, also the 330 NG. All extending the capabilities of today's modern aerobatic pilots. Pushing every spare knot of airspeed to get to the top of that climb. Once again, letting it fall out. Oh, Chuck's in a quick tumble there. And now pushing into this outside turn. And the extent, the rapidity between positive and minus G is absolutely breathtaking. And there he is now, just taking a little breather. I hope very much he'll now come back with his signature farewell, which will almost certainly be a knife-edge pass. He'll be cockpit. Oh, no, he's calling complete. But I see him maneuvering back in, which is excellent news. So here we go, a final maneuver, I think, from Richard. You know what to do as he comes by. He'll be looking out of the top of his little bubble canopy there. Across at you, boys and girls, from the right, big Mexican wave all the way down the beach, airborne, day 3. Fantastic display from Richard Goodwin in the jet pits. Well, he's clearly enjoying himself because he just said he's going to do that again, and this time it is his last pass. Fantastic. You can actually see the smoke machine working on the back there. Good wave there from Richard as well. I think he'll be going back to Shoreham with a big smile on his face, and I hope you enjoyed that as well. Really superb stuff indeed. Well, plenty more to come in this first half. Three very different aircraft now heading your way. One of the Wingwalkers aircraft from RAF Aerobatics will be joining us very, very shortly. That'll be followed by the Vampire Gen 1 aircraft in the hands of Ken Arkvila, all the way from Oslo in Norway. And then our guest aircraft of the day, a very large heavy lift aircraft from the Royal Air Force at RAF Bryce Norton. Well, something of a treat for you coming up next, and that is another return to the barnstorming years, particularly the mid-war years when there were plenty of aircraft available, lots of redundant pilots, and all seeking a way to earn a few bob by taking people flying and occasionally walking around on the top of the wing. Sounds absurd, but it is for real, and this is a company that has been doing it for well over 40 years in the hands of Vic Norman at a wonderful airfield, Royal Air Flying Corps Renkham, and you can hear the marvellous roar. Look high up on your right-hand side and welcome the RAF Superbatic Wingwalker for the next 5 minutes of rip-roaring, barnstorming, total entertainment. Yes, they're going to go up, up, and down, 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 because that is what they do for a living. And all the time that Dave Barrell, who's flying this aircraft today, does all these maneuvers at the same time, there's a young girl called Emma on the top, not just hanging on, she's actually strapped into a rig harness on the top of the aircraft. But during the course of this display, we'll be doing quite a few of our own maneuvers. Coming out of the first two maneuvers there, once again, like all the aircraft, using that extra bit of descent and energy. This very powerful aircraft, however, holding it up there, putting a big boot of rudder in, and going into complete a stall turn. Putting in a little twist down here to come down back into crowd center, and this time going upside down, and there's Emma hanging in her straps on the top of the wing. You can see her there when she comes in a bit closer. Do give her a wave. And what you're seeing here, very much reminiscent of those magnificent men and ladies in their flying machines. So we go back to that interwar period, and again it was a case of redundant pilots and aircraft looking for some fun. There are all sorts of tales of different people walking wings and hanging literally in her straps. Emma there giving us a wave upside down. Big aircraft this, but very comfortable, very roomy. Two people, open cockpit, And a massive great R985 Pratt & Whitney engine on the front there, producing 450 horsepower. You need all that power because, of course, having somebody on the wing does add an awful lot of drag to the aircraft. So having got that power, you then need the maneuverability to do what it is doing, and that is done by an extra pair of ailerons as well. Keep your eyes peeled now as David and Emma do a few close quarter maneuvers. Completing a full 360, you see Emma there lying on her side. And a stunning colour scheme as always from the aerobatics company. Now, you can do this yourself as well. Please sign up. It's a lot of fun, very entertaining, and you'll get looked after extremely well at the aerobatics company headquarters. Go to their website or to gowingwalking.com, and that will get you lined up with them all. Many people do this for charity as well. Coming in now for the bumps. He's holding it up. Couple of gear over the top, going over that humpback bridge now, and of course, look at that, Emma is upside down. So the blood reversing in the opposite direction to that of David, who's flying the aeroplane itself. Very competitive position if there are any young girls out there wanting to do this. Most of the girls come out of the circus or gymnastic world, certainly some sort of performing background. So the completion of this, I think Emma is going to release her harness and actually crawl back down. She'll almost certainly go into arabesque maneuver before entering the cockpit once again. There is, of course, a safety strap there, but it still means that she is maneuvering in front of the pilot. They have no communications between them other than just hand signals. And just the most perfect thing for a bright sunny afternoon over the sea. Delightful to watch this. Coming in for a goose first of all. And then you can see Emma's long arms stretched out into wind. All that time, of course, she's fighting a wind of up to around about 150 miles an hour, staying absolutely solid. So strength, again, another requirement for being a wing walker. You've known this team in many guises in the past: Guinos, Crunches, Utterly, Buttleys, all different colour schemes, but now in their own company scheme, in a wonderful aircraft. Reversing that goose back down to the right-hand side. And there you can see her giving you a huge wave. Come on, do acknowledge that. Absolutely love it. If you've got your binos or you've got your camera, long-range cameras there, you'll see Emma maneuvering around in this turn. And to undertake this pass, she actually has to put her foot literally in front of David's head, right on the cockpit there, and leaning forward acrobatically into the arabesque. Wonderful stuff. Coming back in now with the wings waggling. This is its final pass from David and Emma from Aerobatics, the wing walker team. Rocking the wings, you know what to do. Give them a massive wave off, left to right, as he makes his way back via Beachy Head, that famous landmark, safely back home. Ah, what a magnificent sight. And that colour scheme, as all aircraft, looking magnificent in the weather we've got here today. So just 2 to go in this first half of today's second day of Airborne. And we will be having a short break in about 15 minutes' time. This aircraft, though, very different. We're going back a little bit further in time in terms of the early development of jet aircraft. British design out of the de Havilland stable, but brought to us today courtesy of the Norwegian Air Force Historical Squadron. We'll just keep an eye open for that. Listen out on the airwaves. And I understand he's just been given clearance to display. I'm not sure. I think he may be coming in from the left-hand side, but keep an eye out both sides at the moment. Again, small, but you'll soon pick it up. A very notable vintage jet fighter aircraft. Just a gentle reminder in this short gap, sunscreen, hats, plenty of fluids, please, and keep hold of all your belongings. If you've just arrived, do pick up a program, tell you everything that's going on. We've got flying right through until 5:30 this afternoon, and a lot of entertainment around the town as well tonight. If you see the red t-shirted stewards going by holding a bucket, please give as generously as you can, or use your phone and go to the QR code, and that's an automatic donation of just £2.50, which will help keep this fabulous show on the road. And as I first thought, I can hear a Norwegian accent on the airwaves on the radio. If you look out to your left-hand side, you will soon pick up the de Havilland Vampire, a British jet fighter developed and manufactured by the de Havilland Aircraft Company, holding the distinction of being the second jet fighter to be operated by the Royal Air Force. That was the Gloucester Meteor, and the first to be powered by a single jet engine from the Norwegian Historical Air Force Squadron, Vila, in this particular Vampire, an FB-52. Work on this particular aircraft commenced very early in the Second World War in 1941. Initially intended as an experimental aircraft, but one that would be suitable for combat and harnessed extraordinary innovation and the development, of course, of jet propulsion. Having settled on this distinctive twin-boom design, powered by a Halford H1 turbojet, produced in quantity known as the Goblin, a relatively conventional aircraft in other ways. It took until 1944, however, for the Royal Air Force to consider it as an interceptor. It went into mass production, with the first one entering service in 1946. Total of 3,268 were actually built, and they served from that day, 1946, across much of the world, eventually being retired by the Rhodesian Air Force in 1979. It was, however, retired by the Royal Air Force in 1966 having been withdrawn from what would have been his very final role as an advanced trainer, to be replaced by the equally famous Follen Nat. The Royal Navy had meanwhile also developed this type as the Sea Vampire for operation off the aircraft carrier, and it was the first service jet fighter to do that. Beady-eyed amongst you who have seen this aircraft before may well have noticed the new markings for this year. The left-hand side is painted in the colours of number 3 Squadron, and the right-hand side, number 72 Squadron. Both had been previous Vampire squadrons, both are still active today, with number 3 Squadron at Royal Air Force Coningsby and number 72 at Valley. '72 Squadron now based at Royal Air Force Odeum as part of the Odeum wing, where Ken, I know, was very pleased to be able to display this aircraft as part of their family stay just a couple of weeks ago. It was Ken who was the brainchild behind setting up the historical squadron. Himself a very passionate, dedicated individual to support heritage education. Again, one of many, many people without whose help we just simply wouldn't be seeing these really important heritage aircraft in the country. It's founded back in 2008 and is based at Riga Air Base, just south of Oslo. The whole intention being not just to preserve and show, but also to promote and inspire, hopefully, youngsters of the future by learning more about the heritage interests of our own UK aviation history. It's got quite a little collection to play with. Alongside the FP52, he has a 255 two-seater, a wonderful MiG-15, which we have seen here a few times, and a Canadian T-Bird. This particular aircraft was the export version of the Mark 6. 101 of those was built, 36 exported to Norway, and in use there from 1949 to 1957. Now you've got to bear in mind the de Havilland Goblin produced only 3,350 pounds of thrust, and compare that to the 40,000 pounds of thrust you're going to see in about an hour and a half's time from the Typhoon. Hence the large amount of airspace that this aircraft has to use, and the fact that, of course, that it was a first generation and doesn't have all the clever design, composites and computer aided facilities on board to push the boundaries. Nonetheless, Ken doing an absolutely outstanding job. This aircraft able to fly up to around about 540 miles an hour with a range in the region of 1,200 miles, able to climb up to 42,000 feet, and can also be armed in both fighter and bomber configuration with 4 20mm Hispano Mark 5 cannons, or 8 3-inch 60-pound rockets, or 2 500-pound bombs, which could occasionally, of course, the same hard points on the wings be used for drop tanks for long-range flying. The Vampire was exported to a huge number of different nations, operated across a whole range of theatres and climates. Different countries used it in different types, including through the Suez Canal crisis, the Malayan emergency, and the Rhodesian Bush War. Following on from this, de Havilland also pursued the further development of the type with major derivatives, including the de Havilland 115, a dedicated dual-seat trainer, and the advanced de Havilland 112 Venom, a refined variant with a swept wing. The dulcet tones of Ken just coming up on the air to declare that this is going to be his last pass. So I suspect he may well put in a roll as he departs here, but nonetheless do give him the usual complimentary wave off as well. Having travelled a long way, he frequently leaves the aircraft in UK and then flies backwards and forwards commercially. It was a lovely topside pass. Look at that. Really gorgeous. He just tips in to check you out on the beach there. Brilliant job. And there you may have just heard in the background on my monitor the wonderful accent from Ken there, just wishing everybody well. He's an absolutely superb top guy, gentle giant of a man, and a massive supporter of UK air displays. Well, coming up next, I promised you a special surprise, and I hear it on the air already. And if you haven't spotted it anywhere else, it's got a call sign of Napier, and there's a reason for that, because this comes out of 70 Squadron and relates to aircraft that 70 Squadron previously flew. But today, here they are with the Airbus A400M Atlas, a European 4-engine turboprop military transport aircraft designed by Airbus, a tactical airlifter with massive strategic capabilities, replacing older transport aircraft such as the Transal and the Lockheed C-130 Hercules that was so well known and so much seen through the UK. It's sized somewhere between a C-130 and a Boeing C-17 Globemaster, can carry heavier loads than a C-130, but also use rough landing strips as well. Can also perform aero refueling and medical evacuation at the same time. About 130 of these have been built. They're in use by the Royal Air Force at Brize Norton, of course, in the strategic tactical airlift mode, but also with the German Air Force, the French Air and Space Force, the Royal Air Force indeed, and the Spanish airspace as well. First flew in December 2009, and yesterday they arrived from our right-hand side, put together by a unique crew. Captain today is Squadron Leader Luke Jules. He's been in the Air Force flying Hercules and A400Ms for over 20 years and volunteered for this sortie today to say thank you to his friends living in Eastbourne who've worked with him on the veterans charity Waterloo Uncovered. Alongside him, though, is also James Weaver. He was the project officer for all the flypasts they've done this year, and he volunteered because his family are from Eastbourne, and he used to come to this very air show every year while he was growing up. So it's really special for him to come and look at the other side instead of sitting on the beach playing with his bucket and spade. He's grown up, and now he's actually displaying this aircraft. We got one close pass yesterday, which was quite magnificent, and then one departure a little further out. As mentioned, it's a very versatile tactical and strategic air mobility platform. Both pilots really enjoy their time on it because they get involved in a massive variety of different disciplines: low-level airdrop, low and high altitude parachuting, unprepared runways, air-to-air refueling, air-sea rescue, humanitarian airdrops as recently featured on the television, and also non-combatant evacuations. Look out to the right-hand side now. Coming in, one of the biggest aircraft we've had here at Airborne for many, many years. At the front end, two local boys thoroughly enjoying it. They're in the middle of flying a 3-hour sortie, coming in 250 feet at 180 knots from Royal Air Force Brize Norton, the 70 Squadron Airbus A400M Atlas. And even managing a little bit of a wing waggle as well. Absolutely magnificent. Normal speed for low-level flying is around 270 knots, and they spend a lot of time, a lot more time than you would expect, low-level flying around the United Kingdom. But they wanted to extend it, and here they are as well now, giving you, and what a great sight that is for photographers over the fleet of vessels we have out in the bay. They conduct these sorties pretty much every day, all through the weekends as well, 3 to 4 hour periods. And the training effectively for low-level air delivery or low-level parachute dropping. And there they go, off to the right-hand side. They've been a busy squadron. They formed in 2014, officially stood up in 2015. Part of Op Rumen, the humanitarian aid relief after Hurricane Irma, but also forward deployed to Al Minhad Air Base in Dubai, United Arab Emirates, assisting with Operation Pitting. This was the largest Royal Air Force airlift since the Berlin airlift, helping to evacuate British nationals and vulnerable Afghanis from Kabul airport. Well, that is how we conclude this first half. We're now going to take a break of 45 minutes or so. A chance for you to get more information, buy your programs, sort out the children, get out some more sunscreen, top up your recyclable containers with some fresh, cool water, ice creams, whatever it may be. And we recommence flying at around about 20 past 3 with the Stampe formation, and then get into some serious military frontline flying. Well, welcome back, everybody, to almost the start of Act 2 of this second day, the fabulous Airborne 2025, the 31st iteration of this fantastic site at truly one of the best locations around the coastline of the United Kingdom. A glorious, glorious day out there. Lovely to see so many families joining us this afternoon, enjoying the weather, enjoying the sea, but most of all, some fantastic aerial entertainment as well. So if you've only just joined us, do please make sure you pick up a program. Just 10 pounds, full of great information, stuff you'll need to know, certainly if you're staying on over the weekend. A lot of entertainment after the show this evening in the town. But also information in detail about the aircraft, some great photography of the airplanes as well. Pick up a wristband for the children. Please don't forget that. If you're staying around this evening, you may get disconnected with each other, so make sure they've got your contact number there as well, and we'll all have a satisfactory and happy evening. Well, this next section is really is quite a cross-section. We start off with something very historic and absolutely delightful in many respects, reliving once again those delightful barnstorming days. But then a string of military activity from the Royal Navy, first of all, with their pairs formation, the Wildcat helicopters. You may have seen just checking out the show site this morning. That'll be met with an ex-military Mark 19 Spitfire, now in the hands of Rolls-Royce, but a significant Spitfire from history. The mighty Typhoon, of course, all 40,000 pounds of it. The Red Arrows, and we're going to finish up this evening quite fittingly with the Battle Brit Memorial Flight, because, of course, we just a few hours ago commemorated VJ 80 and also VA 80, as well as the Battle of Britain's 85th anniversary this year. So an awful lot of interest coming your way. Split the second half almost extensively Royal Air Force frontline activity, and a little bit of history to start off with. So just a few minutes to go now before we restart the show. Time to top up teas and coffees, hats, sunscreen, water, plenty of that, 4,000 litres of it around the corner on the Western Lawns. And of course, where you can, please give generously, or indeed go online and donate. Just use the QR code, or indeed via the website as well, to keep this fabulous show on the road. Well, it's that time to get your eyes back into the skies now and look out to the left-hand side and look out in particular for 4 delightful, gaily coloured and very historic aircraft known as the Stampe formation. And there in the background, the call sign from the leader, Richard Ward, announcing that they are indeed running in. I think you're going to enjoy this very much. A complete change of genre in many respects, perhaps a little indicative of the wing walker you saw a little earlier on. These aircraft, actually a Belgian derivative, a 2-seat trainer touring biplane designed and built by both Stampe and Vertonghen. And look at that for a beautiful formation start. Jean Stampe and Maurice Vertonghen met in the Belgian Air Force during the First World War. And in 1923, they formed their own company at Antwerp in 1933. Producing the very first prototype of this aircraft, the Stampe SV4, designed as a trainer and won a contract to supply the Belgian Air Force with 300 of these aircraft. Starting off in a box formation, completing a 360-degree turn. And as they go off to your right-hand side, numbers 2 and 4 will change formation to echelon port. .300 aircraft joined the Belgian Air Force back in 1939, followed by another order for 600 aircraft for the French Air Force. 40 of those aircraft are being produced in Antwerp and by Farman in France, but few aircraft actually survived the war themselves. And as they pull up from that echelon formation, an absolutely delightful stream, giving you the opportunity to see what wonderful colour schemes these aircraft have. Following Richard now as they bend back over themselves in a tail chase formation, using all the air available, but keeping the formation and the entire display really, really close in and in full vision all of the time. It's one of their trademark abilities, an absolutely glorious sight that is to watch, isn't it? Forming the team into something of a round robin. Richard Ward started in aviation as an air traffic controller alongside one of our colleagues helping us manage the air display here, Ian Revel, who had an early close relationship in flying aircraft and in managing air traffic up in the northern part of the United Kingdom. Ended up being best man at Richard's wedding. A really nice touch. Richard went on to fly Super Puma helicopters in the North Sea with Bristow's and Aberdeen, and then joined Air 2000 at Gatwick on the Boeing 757 and 76, but just loves flying Stampes. There's a plethora of Richards in this. In the second place, Richard Berliand. In third, Richard Meredith. And delighted to see joining the team today, Roger Bishop, who sadly missed out yesterday. Reformating now, the team working hard, primarily using just hand signs, very few words to capture. I tested Richard this morning, he said it'd be good to capture something, but very few actual vocal words spoken as they reconfigure now into swan formation. Richard leading in the red and white. Behind him, Richard Meredith, a retired school teacher. He flew with the University Air Squadrons. Didn't join the Air Force, sadly, but ended up with the Tiger Club and flew the Pilatus P2 Bucky Yeoman and, of course, the well-known Turbulent team as well. Richard Burland inspired to take up aviation as they come past in swan formation once more. His grandfather, who was in the Royal Fleet Air Arm during World War II, but went off to the United States. Eventually, he learned to fly there, and his early flying was in New Jersey, working on his private pilot's license, and then in California, picking up his commercial license after that. And then, not forgotten, albeit not seen yesterday, but delighted to see him today, Roger Bishop. All of them very much known each other for many, many years, mainly out of the Tiger Club at Red Hill. And this aircraft not to be confused with the Tiger Moth, which it frequently is. Of course, this rather different configuration, having a little tail wheel. And also, this one luckily has brakes, whereas the Tiger Moth didn't. Over 1,000 of these were actually built, primarily used by the French Air Force, and didn't retire out of service until 1975. Diving in now. And a wonderful photographic break, displaying the delightful colour schemes of all four aircraft. They like to call that the Prince of Wales break. Now a mixed bag, with them doing slightly different variations on different themes. A bit like a dogfight. So they eventually pick each other up in good sights. All the colour schemes showing up extremely well, particularly the yellow we were talking about later when the tutor, right at the start of the afternoon, about what a good conspicuity colour that is. Again, great photograph opportunities now as they come back into echelon, pulling right around the bay, and the sun just picking out the beautiful, beautiful designs on the top wings. Keeping that turn now going the other way. Tighter, of course, each pilot working very, very hard. Reasonable performance and reasonable agility as they move into line astern. Built as a biplane tour and training aircraft, the first model, the 4A, was an advanced aerobatic trainer, and you can see the agility that they have with this aircraft here today, but with redesigned wings and the 130 horsepower de Havilland Gypsy Major engine. Another good photographic opportunity coming up now. Richard steering them back in, straight through crowd center again. Beautiful, beautiful photographic position. Really good formation, keeping these a huge amount of hours between them all. And of course, most of them been chums for a very long time as well. Stand by for the break. Stunning. And their classic Bishop break from the team. They now come back into position, flying up into wind. And they'll be coming down the beach side with a couple of waving runs for you. Pity we haven't got a runway, but of course they won't be doing that here. So at the end of this run, Richard will, or number one Richard that is, will climb to 1,000 feet to give you some solo aerobatics. So you know what to do when they're coming down the fly line from right to left. Big Mexican wave, airborne style, as we always do, giving them a fantastic airborne wave off. Leading from the front, Richard Ward. Behind him, Ricard Berliand, Richard Meredith. And following up, Roger Bishop. Richard climbing up into the high now, pulling into his first maneuver. Once again, absolutely superb station keeping, all the activity really close in. And now the rest of the team, 2, 3 and 4, giving you a wonderful waving pass by. Yeah, great opportunity here. Don't they look just absolutely glorious? Beautiful aircraft these. A stalwart of aerobatic competitions both in France and the rest of Europe, much loved for the harmonization and the light and effective controls. Those X-ray ailerons giving it just an improved roll rate over the likes of the Tiger Moth. And harking back to the great days of the Rothmans formation team that operated 4 Stamps during the early 1970s prior to changing the pit special. And the legendary Neil Williams, who came second in the final Lockheed Trophy, flying one of these very aircraft. Replicating the finest traditions of classical barnstorming aviation from the 30s and 40s. Absolutely extolling the virtues of close formation work in open cockpit biplanes. A delightful series of wingovers from Richard there. Absolutely wonderful. Coming through now into a barrel roll. That's when you turn the aircraft around the outside of a great big beer barrel. Requires a fair amount of coordination, particularly in a slow speed aircraft. Completing that with another wingover. Slipping in an aileron roll there, now repositioning a lovely, huge, wide, arcing wing over to our left-hand side. Wonderful, wonderful display. Well coordinated flying. Pulling it back into the axis, running in now for another loop. Here we go, G coming on, if we're putting up, it's not too excessive in this class of aircraft, speed coming off, looking over your shoulders, checking the wings level, and then a little quarter clover turn away out to sea. Boot full of rudder, giving a gorgeous stall turn. Putting up almost complete for his final loop of the day. And just doing a little bit correcting on the way there. Oh, rolling out. And barrel rolling nicely out on the B exit. And there was Richard just calling complete after an absolutely delightful piece of flying. I think you'll agree with me that's one of the nicest acts we have here. Completely different. Lovely to see something historic, also slower speed. And he's coming by to give you a farewell pass as well. So go on, put your hands and coats and ice creams up in the air. This is Richard Ward here, leader of the Stampe formation team. Well, I just heard literally on the queue, the Royal Navy coming up onto the air as well, meaning that they're ready to go. They'll be way out to sea at the moment. In fact, with your beady eyes and your cameras and your telescopes, you can see them way out on the horizon. And while we were talking heritage aircraft, let's go into a little bit of heritage Navy, shall we? And of course, life on board is very, very different. They are floating airfields so much of the time. And there is the call for the Royal Navy to go to flying stations, and that is what we're about to do in the next few minutes, because we're going to feature two of the frontline rotary aircraft from the Royal Naval Inventory, two Wildcat helicopters, a derivative of the Augusta Westlands 159, that company, of course, now called Leonardo, but still based in Yeovil, and in fact sharing Royal Naval Air Station with the Army Wildcat force at the same time. We'll just give them a few moments to reposition and prepare, and they'll be running in about 2 minutes' time. Now, whilst we've got a beautiful day here today, throughout the course of this display, it's worth remembering what the normal operating conditions of these aircraft and pilots are. Often far away from land, in a heaving, rolling sea, thrashing with rain, and a very misty and murky horizon all at the same time. Most of these aircraft are deployed away from Yeovilton, and the work they do absolutely essential in maintaining our national interests. So now in a position to start their display, running in 300 feet, 130 knots. 2 Royal Naval Air Service Wildcat helicopters. Please welcome the Royal Navy's Black Cats. Putting up halves now, they're split into a 360-degree wing over left and right, immediately followed by a full 360-degree turn. The Black Cats have been a popular fixture on the airshow circuit since 2001, when they were known as the Lynx Pair. The team was given more support by both the Royal Navy and Augusta-Westland at the time, and adopted the name of the Black Cats, derived from the Lynx Wildcat on the 702 Naval Air Squadron's badge, and also a touch of naval slang as well, all about black catting, trying to get one over on your mate, or just doing something better than he can. Now demonstrating the aircraft's power and agility, they're going to climb to 500 feet before conducting a nose over to a rapid descent. The Black Cats parent squadron is 825 Naval Air Squadron, commissioned in October 2014, part of the Wildcat Maritime Force based at Yeovilton, responsible for training all Wildcat pilots and observers and looking after the flights on board Royal Navy frigates and destroyers around the world, hence managing an entire deployed fighting capability. Stable machines, but you still see a bit of turbulence coming from both there and a gentle breeze from our right hand side. You can see the downwash, how strong it is on the surface of the water down below. Joining 825 Naval Air Squadron is 815 Naval Air Squadron, including also the Wildcat simulators and headquarters, ensuring that all the air crew, engineers, aircrafts are supporting the equipment ready to go around the world. It's essentially a combat helicopter from a new generation, slightly different fit and weaponry, of course, from the British Army's Wildcats, but both packed with cutting-edge sensors and mission equipment. Now, this particular variant is able to carry 2 different types of missiles. Marklet, a laser-guided rocket system from Thales, and Sea Venom, a guided anti-shipping missile produced by MBDA. Together, all these helicopters around the world on the backs of ships, providing a potent maritime strike capability. Flying as lead today is Lieutenant Tom Pethick, or Black One. Alongside him, another well-known character returning to the Royal Navy Air Display Black Cats is Lieutenant Commander Gary Gaz McCall. Gaz, a very long-serving individual, well over 25 years, and one of the most experienced on the Maritime Force. Tom, the leader, joined in 2010 as a direct entry pilot and was streamed straight onto the Wildcat helicopter. Played a key role in both maritime security and counter-narcotics operations. Trained also as a maritime counter-terrorism and interdiction pilot, spending 2 years on short-notice calls for the Maritime Terrorist Response Team. Another sharp climb here now, able to climb at 5,000 feet per minute. dip the nose down, fill the windscreens with blue ocean, and then reposition once again to the left and right. As McCall initially qualified on the Lynx helicopter, the predecessor to this. Looks very similar, but isn't. A considerable amount of redesign took place between the two variants. He then converted the Wildcat and has completed multiple tours as both a frontline flight commander and instructor, and flown many previous seasons with the Black Cats. Both of them working daily on the operational conversion unit, training the latest generation of Wildcat aircrew in the art of maritime strike. Giving you all a little nod, not quite complete yet. There we go, one more manoeuvre, 360-degree manoeuvre, just to round off what is a really incredibly popular and eloquent display as well, showing off the versatility of these aircraft, and again also complementing the amazing work that these guys do day in, day out around the world. Coming in now for their finale manoeuvre. Once more, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's give a big wave out to the 2025 Royal Navy's Black Cats. Well, we'll just calm ourselves down a bit there. You and I was breaking out in a hornpipe. Fantastic, so let's have a bit of fun. That's what I love about the seaside air displays. It's a wonderful family day out, and I hope you're having a super time. Please keep a close eye on all the children, won't you? It's getting still very hot and sunny out there, so please make sure they're well looked after. Lots of sunscreen, plenty of hydration, keep the hats on. And we are already chatting to our next aircraft. And changing genre together, going back once again to the heritage world, and it's a very, very special aircraft indeed, and there's little doubt that the sight and sound of a solo Spitfire is something to grace any air display, and always a very, very special moment for us. This particular Spitfire you're going to see, one of the best loved and widely recognized British aircraft of all time, of course, designed by R.J. Mitchell and his great team at Supermarine down in Southampton. Started out by securing the Snyder Trophy after competition wins in 1927, 29 and 31. The prototype Spitfire first flying in March 1936, propelled by a relatively low-powered Rolls-Royce Mersing at that stage. Delivery of the first production Mark I Spitfires started in July 38. Achieving fame alongside the Hurricane. Of course, we'll spend more time discussing that with the Battle of Britain Memorial Flights, but here in our 85th anniversary, this aircraft too had a small part to play at the tail end of the Second World War. So I'm told it'll be with us in just a minute or so. I'm half expecting it to see in its natural environment, which is arriving high, diving down over the top of Beachy Head, because of course there will still be people around us in this area who will remember similar activities some 80 years ago. This aircraft will be flown today by a previous Battle of Britain Memorial fighter pilot and past leader of the flight at Coningsby, Mark Discombe. But the aircraft's now owned and operated by Rolls-Royce. And I hear the airwaves breaking into sound and the magic words cleared to commence display. This aircraft, Papa Sierra 853, an unarmed high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft, one of a batch of 79 built at Supermarine Spitfire at Southampton. And a truly magnificent sight it is. Let us sit back and enjoy the sheer speed, style, ethos, elan, and magic of this glorious design. A slightly different tone, of course, to this, because this is right at the tail end of 22,000 Spitfires that were manufactured, the Mark 19, in its role as a reconnaissance aircraft, equipped with the Griffon engine, 2,000 horsepower, unarmed, for high-altitude reconnaissance work. Truly glorious sight. This represents the pinnacle of the Spitfire's development in terms of speed and altitude capability, with a top speed of 440 miles an hour and a ceiling of 42,000 feet. This aircraft was delivered to the Central Photographic Reconnaissance Unit at Royal Air Force Benson on the 13th of January 1945, before then moving into Belgium and Holland. The aircraft was engaged on active service with 16th Squadron up until the end of the war and participated in Operation Crossbow to detect V1 and V2 Vengeance weapon launch sites. At the end of the war, it remained on duty in Germany until March 1946, when it returned to the UK and was placed in storage. Very luckily, however, in 1950, this aircraft was one of several Mark 19 Spitfires selected for conversion to the meteorological research flight known as the temperature and humidity of the upper air masses flight, performing its very last Spitfire thumb sortie on the 10th of June 1957. If that wasn't enough, it then performed another very significant maneuver, and that was alongside two other Mark 19 Spitfires. And those three Mark 19s retired into ceremonial and display duties to form the Royal Air Force's historic aircraft flight, the forerunner of today's Battle of Britain Memorial flight, which you will see a little later on, just after 5 o'clock. Re-registered as Romeo Romeo Golf November, the aircraft's painted in colours of number 16 Photographic Reconnaissance Squadron, 2nd Tactical Air Force, being the markings that this aircraft wore between January and June 1945. This aircraft, now widely recognised as an ambassador for Rolls-Royce, appearing at air displays and charitable events, as well as their own corporate functions. It represents the heritage of the Spitfire and the Rolls-Royce engines that powered them, highlighting the constant technical development of both the aircraft and its engines, honouring the pilots of all nations who flew them, and the men and women who built and maintained them. Now based at a dedicated hangar at East Midlands Airport near Derby, it can be usually seen around the circuit between April and October, and during the winter months, undergoing annual maintenance inspections. The company, through this dedicated flight and the individuals who support it, aiming to educate, inspire and promote aviation heritage through these rare aircraft. Together with that theme of demonstrating these historically accurate aircraft and engines and artifacts belonging to the company, showcasing engineering excellence whilst describing a pathway to the modern world and sustainability. And then finally, of course, all these aircraft do from that genre, that period, of our history to tell the story of and commemorate those who have fought for their country, as we did so poignantly at 12 o'clock this afternoon. Rolls-Royce played a significant and central part in the Spitfire story, paying half towards the prototype and powering over 20,000 of its type. A testament to the engineers who designed and built it and used it during the Second World War. And there, Mark and the marvellous Mike 19 disappear into the wild blue yonder. But we will be seeing a little more of her, which is marvellous news indeed, because I understand that the Spitfire for the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight is still technically unable to fly. No doubt they'll be working on that, but have dispatched another treat for us in half an hour's time. Well, I think you can guess what may be coming next. And of course, we're now moving on to the front line fighting capability of today's Royal Air Force. In the hands of one of their most accomplished instructors, teaching the future air pilots to fly this phenomenal machine. We are, of course, coming close to Foon time and the Typhoon display. You don't get a great deal of time to talk about it, so at least you wouldn't hear me if I was talking about it, because it is in your face, it is noisy, and it's truly dynamic. A really impressive display heading your way. An aircraft that performs magnificently, breaks off to liftoff in just 8 seconds, breaks off to 35,000 feet and a speed of Mach 1.5 in just 2.5 minutes. Able to fly and withstand G-forces from +9 to -3 and climb to close to 60,000 feet. Driven by those two Eurojet EJ200, producing 40,000 pounds of thrust in total, which you will see very shortly in very bright flames. So if you're not used to the noise, or you've got any animals with you at the moment, be prepared. It is noisy. It is phenomenal. It is one of the most agile and capable machines in service today. Flown today by the first class display pilot, squadron leader Nathan Shore, flying instructor on 29 Squadron based at RAF Coningsby. He was born along the coast in West Sussex at Chichester, brought up in Devon, before then going on to join the Air Cadets, attending many air shows and confirming his desire to one day join the Royal Air Force as a fighter pilot. He eventually did that in 2009, aged just 18, undertaking flying training through being streamed onto fast jets, going through the Tucano T1 and then on the Hawk T2, before initially flying the mighty Tornado GR4. And if you haven't seen it this year, a slightly different arrival sequence I'm hoping for, which I've seen a couple of times, so stand by for that. It is, of course, a noisy entrance, and you may just have to look in a slightly different direction. And I've just heard on the air that he's running in. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your eyes to the skies. Crick your necks back, because it gives me great pleasure to introduce you to the 2025 Royal Air Force Typhoon display. Don't worry, nearly with us. Once he arrives, you'll feel it, you'll hear it, and he'll be here before you even know it. Here he comes. Loving every bit of that arrival. You don't get a sky like this every day of the week, and he'll be just loving the opportunity to complete a full display. With Nathan's display, you're going to be able to see the Typhoon's immense performance. Not just that, coupled with outstanding maneuverability and its weapon capabilities. Totally awesome aircraft alongside the F-35, providing frontline defense for the United Kingdom. Typhoon able to conduct both air-to-air and air-to-surface missions. An absolute pleasure for Nathan to display it here today. Well, if that didn't get you dizzy, an extraordinary number of a staggering 1,890 degrees of rolls there, over 5 rolls before breaking away at the bottom end there at 600 miles an hour and pulling 9G. That is 9 times your body weight. Of course, he's helped a little bit by the onboard mitigation systems, the full body wrap G-suit. And that enables him to develop this sort of what they refer to as carefree flying. Now watch this closely. He's tipped it around, and now he's pushing away from you, which means it's about 3 minus speed. Really, really uncomfortable as forcing the blood into his head, and you can see there very clearly the unburnt fuel from the fuel lines venting through the top of the tail due to the sustained negative G turn. Snapping the aircraft back into positive G now. All the blood rushing back to during this period, working very hard. It's physically very, very demanding flying, but assisted by the full-body G-suit and pressure breathing. Nathan working hard, but able to counter the effects using G-straining maneuvers. Demonstrating a hesitation mover and then pushing once again away from himself with a very, very nose bleeding maneuver indeed. Very hard, very lot of pressure with that blood rushing to your head. Up to 6 into another 9G turn. Of course, we very sadly have a speed limit around here, otherwise your ears and windscreens would all be bursting somewhat horrifically. Any more than that, and we're getting close to the speed of sound. Slowing the jet down now, he's bringing the stick back towards his stomach, and very, very unusual. This is an aircraft, remember, able to fly around at 1.5 times the speed of sound, now back to about 120, 130 knots in what we call a high alpha maneuver. And that is because it's close to the stall, but before the air can break away from the top of the wing, the little computer on board is making sure with the use of those little canards on the front that he stays in absolutely controlled flight. Kicking the burners back in now, the jet will accelerate away. There you see the full 40,000 pounds of thrust lit up in the sky in front of you. Coming back through a very tight loop, and just look how small, what a small space he manages to keep the display in compared to the early generation fighters you saw earlier today. Tied round in a max rate turn, one of the most brutal of the day. Coming out of 450 degrees of turn there, rapidly rolling the aircraft with a double aileron roll. Bringing the throttles back to stop it going supersonic. Repositioning now for one more high-speed fly past. And the way to leave an air show is coming up. I think you'll agree that is some terrific display. Absolutely outstanding. Oh, that sounds as if it went down well. Brilliant. I'll pass that on to Nathan. Great bunch of guys up there, of course, right at the top of their tree, right at the end of the training system, but no doubt they'll be looking ahead to future generation aircraft already. Nathan's still very young indeed. And an awesome display of frontline Royal Air Force capability. Make sure you get along to the Western Lawns later on to talk to the RAF contingent that are there. And I'd just like to give a shout out to Mel, who's at the Little Chelsea Health Store. She's a massive airborne fan, sadly working today, but I understand is also a huge fan of the Typhoon. Thanks, Mel. I hope you enjoyed that. Well, I think I've just about got my breath back, and what an exhilarating display that was. Well, I know why you're all here and why you're waiting, and no surprise at all. We're not dead yet, and we've got 2 more magnificent displays to go. First, of course, your own homegrown favourite, the Royal Air Force aerobatic team, coming away very shortly, and then we'll complete this afternoon, in many ways, quite rightly and poignantly, with the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight on this 80th VJ anniversary day. Just a word of reminder, if you're heading away this evening, please go very, very carefully. Make sure you have, please, all your belongings with you, including your rubbish. Please dispose of that sensibly. We have recycling containers around the site. Make use of those. More importantly, look after the children. Keep them close to you. And I suggest you don't rush away. There's bound to be some heavy traffic at the end of a day like this. Just go carefully, listen to the stewards, and also make sure you tune into 87.7 FM airborne radio on your way out of town as well. They'll keep you up to date with hopefully the latest news and issues around the local environment. Do give generously where you can. Check out that QR code to make a little donation or go online. That would just help all of us keep this magnificent show going for years and years. All you have to do is go to saveairborne.com or you can become an airborne ambassador for just £2 a month. If you want to come back over the weekend, I believe there is a bit of hospitality space available on Sunday. Tomorrow is sold out, unsurprisingly. But if you want to come back and see a bit more, do please. And also promote the programme. If you buy a programme, there's a chance of entering for one of 10 prizes donated by local citizen activities. Red Arrows Watch, hotel stays, wildlife encounters, tickets to Trafalgar Theatre's shows, and many, many more as well, including paddleboard tours and a dinner as well, tracked in there as well. So a lot of things to become, but if you can just stay as a supporter, that would just be a tremendous contribution you would make to this very, very great show that we've got. And as I mentioned, of course, on departure, please go carefully and listen to it. Now, I think we've just got the nod to go, so I'm going to shut up right now. It's time for, once again, another outstanding opportunity to see our favourite display team. Please give a massive airborne welcome to Red 10.
Not on. There we are. Good afternoon, Eastbourne. I am Squad Leader Grey Muscat, Red 10. We're the team's Royal Air Force aerobatic team. It's the Red Arrows. It's great to be back here at Eastbourne on the second day of Airborne at Eastbourne, and it's great to put on a wonderful show for you today. The team are airborne out of Bournemouth, and they're making their way here and getting themselves ready to put on a show. I have the honour of talking through the show for you today. I'll give you some more information about the wider Royal Air Force, about the pilots themselves, about the team, but more importantly, I'll get your eyes into the correct piece of sky so you don't miss a single second of the action. An extremely busy day for us today. We were airborne early on today and we flew over the VJ Day celebrations up in Staffordshire, and it's a wonderful privilege to take part in those ceremonies to represent the Royal Air Force and pay our respect to all those that came before us. And I know George has already talked about how important those events are to us as the team. As I said, the team were operating from Bournemouth today, so it's quite a long transit. They'll now go into the rear of the air show. They'll get themselves ready. They'll get the aircraft trimmed out. They'll get the smoke pods ready. I'm just tracking them on flight radar at the moment. Hopefully, I'll get contact with Red 1 very shortly. So if I go quiet, it's just because I'm speaking to Red 1, making sure they get all the wind information, pressure information that they set on their altimeters to come into the show. Another extremely busy season for us in the Red Arrows. We've got about 65 displays throughout the season. We start our display season around about the first weekend of June and roll right the way through to the end of October. We've just come on the back of a week's leave. 2 weeks ago, we operated at Blackpool last week. We operated this week at Eastbourne, and next week we've got Clacton, Sidmouth, Cromer, and a few other shows before we then go off into Europe, as well as doing some more of the UK shows. So extremely busy season. One of the roles of the Arrows, of course, is to represent the Royal Air Force, and we do that through our ground engagement events of colourful 9-ship display. And we represent the Air Force, which is, of course, as busy today as it always has been. And you've just seen that mighty display from Squadron Leader Nace Scheuer in the Typhoon. The Typhoon is extremely busy on operations, whether on the UK, Quick Reaction Alert, and or overseas on operations in Eastern Europe and or the Middle East. I just checked with Red 1, he's working on time. They'll be trimming the aircraft, getting the smoke pods ready, getting primed, ready for the show. There are three types of show that we can do when we arrive, put on a show. It's either full, flat, or rolling. And that's based on airspace and or cloud base. Unfortunately, there's an airspace restriction here because of Gatwick, so we can only do a rolling show at the maximum, but it's still a great show, really dynamic, still enjoyable. But please, put your hands together for the 2025 Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team. It's the Red Arrows! Arriving at over 400 miles per hour with our famous red, white taboo in trail. Red 1 eases them up, brings them around to right, as I said, starts the show rolling in a formation known as Big Battle, which is the same formation that we fly over national events, including flying over the King's Birthday fly past over London. You now see Red 6 and 7 collapse and sitting behind Red 1, as well as Reds 8 and 9 moving inwards to form our world-famous Diamond 9. Leading the team in his second year as Red 1 is the team leader, squadron leader John Bond, known as Bondy. He's a former Typhoon pilot, former qualified flying instructor on the Tucano, and the Tucano display pilot in 2012. The smoke comes on in the Diamond 9 for the Red Arrows. On the right-hand side of Red 1 is Red 2, Flight Lieutenant Rob Thomas, first year on the team. Uniquely, he was taken from training and made straight into an instructor on the Hawk T Mark 1, before then completing his own training and joining the Typhoon Force, where he has served on operations over Iraq and Syria, with 3 Squadron, before then becoming an instructor on 29 Squadron, all based at RAF Coningsby in Lincolnshire. You'll now see Reds 8 and 9 move left and right respectively. In the centre section, move up. It's actually the wings of the formation moving backwards to form one of the widest shapes that we fly in the 2025 display. The smoke comes on. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, from the left, it's the Swan. You can hear those commands from Red 1. They're almost robotic and monotone in its delivery, and that's because we fly our formation by ear rather than by eye. That means the pilots on the outside of the formation put their input in just a little bit earlier than those on the inside to ensure the whole formation moves as one. Reds 8 and 9 move inwards to sit behind Reds 2 and 3 to form a shape of the most iconic aircraft in aviation history. The smoke comes on from the left. This is Concorde. On the left-hand side of the centre stem is Red 3, Flight Lieutenant Andrew McEwen, known as Macca. Macca is also in his first year on the team. He flew the AV-8B, which is the Harrier variant, while he was on exchange with the United States Marine Corps, before then coming back and joining 617, the Dambuster Squadron, based at RAF Marham, where he flew the Royal Air Force latest 5th generation fighter, the F-35B. 11 pilots on the Red Arrows. You've got Reds 1 through 9 displaying for you today. Myself, Red 10, former Tornado GR4 pilot, former qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T Mark 2. And of course, we had Red 11, Officer Commanding RAF Wing Commander Adam Collins, who's also been a Red 10 Tornado pilot, and he flew the F-111 while on exchange with the Royal Australian Air Force. You've just seen the aircraft fly the 20th anniversary of the Royal Air Force Typhoon display team. Therefore, in a nod to the Typhoon display team from the right, this is Typhoon. At the back of that formation, all the way on the right-hand side, is Red 4. He's working extremely hard. He's having to look through the formation at Red 1 because we take all our formation references from Red 1 and not necessarily the aircraft that's on the inside from you. Red 4 is squadron leader Chris McCann. He's in his second year on the team. Again, he was taken from training, made straight into an instructor on the Tucano, before also joining the 617 Dam Buster Squadron, but this time flying the Tornado GR4. And squadron leader Chris McCann received an Air Force Cross for his service on operations over Afghanistan. The rear section moved forward because the Royal Air Force is synonymous for its operations in the air domain. However, we now have a capability in both space and cyber. As the smoke comes on, the team will reverse to our right. In a nod to our capability in space and cyber, this is Apollo. Of course, the Red Arrows is not just about the pilots. We have a team of over 140 personnel. 120 of them are the engineers, the logisticians, the public relations, the administrators. They are known as the Blues. And there are a number of Blues here today working at our public relations tent up on the top lawns. So please pop along, have a word with them, find out about their careers in the Royal Air Force and what their jobs are on the Red Arrows. Reds 8 and 9 move left and right respectively. Red 6 and 7 split at the rear. Red 1 continues to bring them around to left. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras ready for the colourful and noisy Big Vixen.
Come on, go.
In that particular manoeuvre, the aircraft are flying with their air brakes out. There's a small door at the base of the aeroplane underneath towards the rear. This has a twofold effect. The first effect means the pilots fly with a higher throttle setting, thereby producing a hotter engine gas temperature, and it makes the smoke colours burn a lot more brightly. Secondly, it disturbs the airflow outside the back of the aeroplane, and it makes the smoke colours, the smoke billow a lot more fuller. And therefore, in certain manoeuvres throughout the display, we'll use this technique to enhance those manoeuvres. Red 1 makes the call. Once again, Red 6 and 7 move on the inside to sit just behind Red 1, and Reds 8 and 9 sit on trail. For one of the most popular, if not the most popular manoeuvre the Red Arrows fly, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, off to the right, get your cameras ready. It's tornado time!
Look on, go. And night.
8 and 9 roll go as Reds 8 and 9 roll around the rest of the formation. But watch for the colour change as Red 1 brings them down the line.
Little bit right. Oh. Oh. Ah.
Reds 8 and 9 stop their rolls and they'll join the rest of the formation. Red 8 moving into the right-hand side at the back, and Red 9 to the left-hand side with all the even numbers on the right-hand side, all the odd numbers on the left, to form once again our world-famous Diamond 9. Red 1 will continue to bring them around to the right, and this will be your last opportunity to get that picture of the Red Arrows in the world-famous Diamond 9 before we go into the second half of the show. As we go into the second half, it's the more heart-pumping, jaw-dropping part of the show, the fast passes from the synchro pair, but from the left, the smoke comes on. Once again, in our Diamond 9, it's the 2025 Red Arrow.
Left. Hold it.
And we start the second half in the same way as last year because, again, it was so popular. This is the 5-4 split. In the second half, we operate in two distinct sections. Off to your left-hand side, Reds 1 through 5, known as Enid, named after Enid Blyton's famous 5. And off to the right-hand side, 6, 7, 8, and 9, named Hannah, named after Squadron Leader Ray Hannah, one of the first members of the Red Arrows in the 60s. He's the only team leader to lead the team for 4 consecutive years. He took the team from a 7 to a 9 ship, and he formed our world-famous Diamond 9. Enid from the left, Hannah from the right. Get your cameras ready for the colourful 5-4 cross.
On, go.
Keep your eye on Enid to your right-hand side. Red 1 makes the call. Red 5 on the left-hand side of the wing moves inwards to sit behind Red 1, and Red 4 sits in trail on the rest of Enid.
On, go. 1, 4, roll, go.
Number 4, roll, go. The aboard call is made from Red 4 as he rolls around the smoke of Enid. Sat in just behind Red 1 is Red 5, Flight Lieutenant Dustin Wales, known as Dusty. Dusty is on his second year on the team, originally from Zimbabwe. He's a former Typhoon pilot. Having flown with 11 Squadron, he was an instructor on 29 Squadron, the Operational Conversion Unit, as well as being a test pilot on 41 Squadron, or based at RAF Coningsby in Lincolnshire. As Enid leaves to our right-hand side, look directly to your front. You're looking for the smoke trails of Hannah. Reds 8 and 9 roll around synchro. Again, get your cameras ready for the Hannah break.
Split.
Red 6 and 8 to our left-hand side, Red 7 and 9 to our right-hand side. Hannah and the synchro pair are led by the synchro leader, that's Red 6 to our left-hand side, smoking white. Squad leader Tom Hansford. Tom is in his third and final year on the team. He's a former Typhoon pilot, former qualified weapons instructor on the Typhoon, which meant he would teach all weapons, technical information and tactics to the entire Typhoon force. Each pair will now dive down to approximately 100 feet over the sea. They have a closing speed of over 900 miles per hour as they perform the maneuver called the Hannah Pass.
Show. Oh, go.
Reds 8 and 9 go up and down in the roller coasters as Reds 6 and 7 stay flat. Red 6 off to our right-hand side shouts pull, go, and Red 7 and 6 pull up with Red 7 to our left-hand side. Red 7 to our left-hand side is Flight Lieutenant George Hobday, reaching a height of over 2,500 feet. George is in his second year on the team, again made an instructor from training on the Tucano before then becoming a Typhoon pilot with 11 Squadron. Each aircraft rolls the correct way up to pass in the middle to complete the maneuver called boomerang. Each aircraft cross in the middle, they now turn hard away from each other, converting the boomerang maneuver into cyclone and slingshot. As the synchro pair cross in the middle, look to your right-hand side, you can see Enid coming in. Get down if from Red 1 as they form the inverted V. Look to your left-hand side, we're looking for Red 9 as he comes along, smoking red at over 500 miles per hour to perform the Goose. Red 9 smoking blue is Flight Lieutenant Ollie Suckling. Ollie's in his third year on the team, a former Tornado GR4 pilot, former qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T-Mark II. As Enid leads to the left, look directly to your front. You're looking for the synchro pair with the nose lights twinkling in the distance. The synchro pair is up once again. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras ready. This is the one you do not want to miss. The smoke comes on. They part for the world-famous Synchro Heart. Coming in from the top right is Red 8 to spear the heart. Red 8 is Flight Lieutenant Rich Walker. Rich is in his third and final year on the team. And very experienced pilots, having flown Harrier and Typhoon operationally, as well as being a qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T Mark II. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's give the Synchro pair and Red 8 a massive round of applause for a wonderful heart in the skies of Eastbourne. But the show's not over. Keep your eye on the Synchro pair. They'll soon turn back towards the display line. They'll dive down to that 100 feet, that closing speed of over 900 miles per hour. Each aircraft will perform a barrel roll. They'll cross in the middle. Wingtip to wingtip is only 30 meters. That's 100 feet. They'll conduct a second barrel roll in a maneuver simply called the double rolls. As the Synchro pair leave to our rear, look to your left-hand side. You can see Enid running back in with Red 8 and 9 in trail.
8 and 9. Hold up.
Once again, Reds 8 and 9 roll around the smoke of Enid in the corkscrew. Another great opportunity to see our famous red, white and blue. The motto of the Red Arrows is Eclat, which means excellence. And it means every single member of the team, whether they've been on the team for a week or 4 years, is striving for excellence. And we like to leave the team in a better place than where we found it once we eventually have to leave the team. Keep looking to your right, keep looking to your left. You're looking for the Synchro pair. This time you've got Red 6 coming in from the right, Red 7 coming in from the left. Again, 100 feet. Closing speed, 900 miles per hour. Each aircraft will perform a barrel roll before crossing in the middle in a maneuver called the circus. Each aircraft turns hard away from each other. They're pulling up to 6G, which means everything about them is now weighing 6 times heavier than what you and I are as we stand on the promenade. They cross in the distance. Red goes to blue. Blue goes to red. Red 7 off to our left-hand side, keeping an eye on Red 6 while pulling up to 6G to ensure he has his missed distance as they complete the circus. As the Synchro pair leave to our rear, once again, look to your front right 45, and you're looking for Enid running back in. The white smoke comes in. The red, white, and blue come on as Red 1 flies a barrel roll in the sky, leaving a snake-like smoke trail in the sky in a maneuver called the Serpent. Another great opportunity to see our famous red, white and blue, and that's only capable due to the smoke pod that's under the belly of the aeroplane. That smoke pod is capable of producing approximately 5 minutes of white smoke, 1 minute of red smoke and 1 minute of blue smoke, with each of the colours having their own button on the pilot's control column. And during winter training, Red 1 and Red 6 come up with a smoke plan so we have the right colour smoke at the right time in the display. Reds 2, 3, 4 and 5 now move up alongside Red 1, looking 90 degrees along their shoulder line. Extremely hard formation to maintain while you're pulling up to 4G. The smoke comes on in a tango. As Enid leaves to your front left 45, once again, look to your left, look to your right. You're looking for red 7 and 8 to the right-hand side. You're looking for red 6 and 9 from the left-hand side. 6 and 9, roll inverted for the first of our new movers for 2025. This is Chainsaw. Red 6 and 9 inverted for up to 30 seconds. All the blood rushing to their head, that negative G. Working hard against the G pants. Conversely, they now roll the correct way up, pulling positive G. All the blood that was in the head is now rushing down to their feet, converting minus 2G up to 6G, working extremely hard against those G pants as they complete the chainsaw crossing in the middle with red 7 and 8. As they cross in the middle, look to your left-hand side. You're looking for the nose lights once again of Enid in the distance.
2 and 3. Roll. Good.
2 and 3, roll, go, as reds 2 and 3 roll to the outside.
Go.
Clear, go, as reds 4 and 5 roll to the outside. In one of the hardest maneuvers for our new pilot each year to master, this is rollbacks. As Enid leaves to the right, look directly to your front. You're looking for the smoke trails of Hannah. The white smoke in trail of 6, 8 and 9. The red and the blue from reds 8 and 9 as he rolls around the smoke of red 6. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's count the aircraft for those that show center. We can see 6, we can see 8, we can see 9. Hiding in the trail of red 6 is red 7 in the Tempest. Once again, red 6 and 8 to our left-hand side, red 7 and 9 to our right-hand side. The synchro pair, that's red 6 and 7, will now pull up to approximately 1,500 feet. Turn hard back towards the display line for their final maneuver of the show. Each aircraft will perform a barrel roll cross in the middle, followed by inverted flight to leave the display area in a maneuver simply called the crossbow.
Go. Go.
As the synchro pair leave to our rear, look directly to your front. You can see the nose lights of Enid, and they've now been joined by reds 8 and 9. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras ready. Because Eastbourne, it's been an honor and a pleasure. Please put your hands together for the 2025 Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team. It is the Red Arrows! Red 1 puts his smoke on. He'll gather the rest of the formation and take them back to Bournemouth, which will take him about 25 minutes. Get ourselves ready to perform once again here at Airborne tomorrow. As I said, it's been an absolute honour and a pleasure to perform for you today at Eastbourne. If you'd like more information about the Red Arrows or interested in following us of course, we are all across social media. We have our own Facebook site, RAF Red Arrows. Our own Instagram account, RAF Red Arrows, with all the pilots having their own Instagram account. Find me, RAF Red 10. You'll be able to follow me and follow the rest of the pilots. As I said, I hope you really enjoyed our show. It's been an absolute pleasure to perform here at Eastbourne. It is my 4th and final year as the Red Arrows. It's been an honour and a pleasure to represent the Royal Air Force and be part of this amazing team. If I don't get to see you either the rest of the weekend or any time in the future on the airshow season, I want to thank you for all your support over the last 4 years. But please have a wonderful rest of the day, lots of sunscreen, lots of water, safe drive home. But from the Red Arrows, thank you very much. Goodbye.
And our grateful thanks there to Red 10, Squadron Leader Graham Muscat, doing a tremendous job for us there. Fantastic display. It doesn't get much better than this, you know. It really was quite outstanding. Don't forget, it's not over yet. We've still got one marvellous piece of flying to come, and that is, of course, from the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight on this commemorative day that we have already partly remembered ourselves. But that'll be coming to you in about 5 minutes' time. Now, if you're planning to leave the site before the BBMF, please ensure you have everything with you, all your belongings. Please take your rubbish with you. We want to leave the beach as clean as we found it first thing this morning. And I know what it was like because I was down here swimming myself, and a glorious day it has been for us all. If you're coming back tomorrow, that's brilliant news. Make sure you pick up a program to give you the details about the flying tomorrow. Just 1 or 2 minor differences to the schedule. Please give generously where you can. Don't forget saveairborne.com, where you need to go to. All donations gratefully received to keep this magnificent show on the road. Plenty of activity around the theatres as well this evening. There may well still be a few tickets to see for all that. So we were talking to Joe earlier on. He's not actually performing tonight or tomorrow. He starts on Monday. Shame I will miss him myself. But there we go. Pretty sure we're all sold out in the grandstands tomorrow, but nonetheless, room on Sunday, I understand. Say hi to Ace and Amy on your way out, won't you? You can join their exclusive club, or at least sign up the kids there as well. Just £20 to do that. You've got a bit of time before you go. Pass through the Western Lawns as well. Talk to the military crews that are there. And, of course, you'll learn a bit more about the exciting careers that these guys in the frontline military have. Well, one of the things we have to do at the end of a Red Arrow's display is to ensure that they are well clear of the controlled area that we've established here today, because that will then allow the final performance of the day from the BBMF to start. We're hoping that we can bring them in a couple of minutes early. We're working on that right now, so it shouldn't be too long. And we have the word. Look out to your right-hand side now. On cue. Our second and final commemoration of this VJ 80th anniversary here today. They may be minus the Spitfire, but with the addition of the total of the 2 Hurricanes they have in the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, it is very fitting and poignant indeed, because the Hurricane, the venerable aircraft that scored more kills than the Spitfires, went on to serve through every theatre in the war, right up until VJ Day itself. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Leading today, Seb Davey in the cockpit, alongside him JJ Jackson. In the mighty Avro Lancaster, the most famous and successful RAF ever bomber of World War II, a legend that lives on today, and a contribution made by the aircraft and its crews to the freedom of our nation will hopefully never be forgotten. The prototype Lancaster took to the air for its first flight in Manchester in January 1941. Entered service later, received by number 44 Squadron, initially at Warrington at Christmas Eve that year, quickly followed by 97 Squadron at Woodhall Spa. Closely flanked by 2 of the classic fighters of all time, designed and built for war, the Hurricane was at the forefront of Britain's defence in 1940 and played a major part in achieving the victory of 1945. As well as the crews, the engineers, the ground crews that supported these aircraft, of course. Let's recognise and give a nod to the extraordinary designers of the time. Roy Chadwick at Avro went on within 11 years of completing the Lancaster to build the mighty Vulcan. And Sidney Cam had an extraordinary career with Hawkers right through to the phenomenal Harrier jump jet. The aircraft will shortly break formation. An opportunity for us to savour the delights of each individual performer. All legendary in their own name, all providing a considerable and substantial contribution to the efforts of the Second World War. The Lancaster now positioning on the right-hand side. Give one more pass as to allow the two Hurricanes, the Mark IIC LF363 and the other Mark IIC PZ865. Flown today by Al Lucking and Mark Sugden. Suggs as known and also currently the boss of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flights, but many others giving up their spare time during the course of the summer to bring these magnificent aircraft, preserving our heritage and on display for the great British public through every season. .363 was the aircraft built at the Hawker factory at Langley near Slough, first flying in 1944 and amongst the very last Hurricanes to enter service. Delivered initially to 63 Squadron at Turnhouse and then joining 309 Polish Squadron at Drem. Of course, the Poles, the Czechs and many other Commonwealth pilots amongst them formed the backbone of the initial thrust of the Battle of Britain Hurricane Force in 1940. Alongside 360, of course, we've got 865, which was the very last Hurricane ever built out of a total of 14,533. Rolled off the same production line at Langley in July 1944 with the inscription, "The last of the many," on her port and starboard sides. Keen to preserve this aircraft, Hawkers purchased the aircraft back from the Air Ministry, keeping it in storage at Langley. And after one or two other little achievements, like entering the King's Cup Air Race, it was eventually passed back into the hands of the Royal Air Force. .363 had been stored in the open air at the Hawker factory. And whilst waiting to be scrapped, it was rescued in mid-1949 through the intervention of one Air Vice Marshal at the time, who himself led the Battle of Britain flypast over London in this aircraft in September 1949. Alongside the three Mark 19 Spitfires, 363 became the additional founding member of the aircraft historic flight of the Royal Air Force, the forerunner of today's Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Two fighters now coming towards the end of their sequence. They'll break off, allow the waiting Lancaster an opportunity to come in and join us. Pair of Britain's landmark fighter planes. The workhorse Hawker Hurricane, of course, was joined by the Supermarine Spitfire during the course of the Battle of Britain. The latter's flash, speed and agility made it the symbol of the battle, but was notoriously fire-prone, took 26 minutes to rearm, but the dependable Hurricane scored more German kills and had a turnaround time of just 9 to 10 minutes. Flying in now from the right to be overflown by the Hurricanes as they go through their traditional victory roll, saluting the bomber crews below. The performance of the Lancaster was simply outstanding. Could carry a maximum bomb load of 22,000 pounds, the maximum level speed with a full load of 15,000 feet at 270 miles an hour, and could cruise routinely at altitudes above 20,000 feet with a range speed of 200 miles an hour. With a full bomb load, the aircraft had a range in excess of 1,500 miles. Its performance, ruggedness, reliability, and to many its sheer charisma endeared its crews, who were proud to fly this famous thoroughbred. An impressive total of 7,377 Lancasters were built between 1941 and 1946. Many were lost on operations and destroyed or written off in crashes. The vast majority that did survive were sadly scrapped when the services were no longer required. Lancaster didn't carry the weight of the night bombing, of course, all on its own. It was supported by other earlier twin-engine bombers such as the Wellington, and the other four-engined Royal Air Force heavy bombers, the Stirling and the Halifax, and also the twin-engine de Havilland Mosquito. As the Hurricanes tuck in once again behind the Lancaster. Let's remember all those crews, all those who we commemorated this morning, who fought on with the Forgotten Army well after VE Day in May to conclude a terrible atrocity, the terrible war with so many lives. In total, 125,000 aircrew served in Bomber Command during World War II. Over 73,700 of them became casualties, either killed, wounded, shot down, or made prisoners of war. To those pilots, to the engineers, to the ground crews, to the armourers, and to everyone else who supported them, we salute you. And if we're very, very lucky, I believe they've just called for one more pass before departing off again in that and over that familiar landmark here on the south coast, which all of which featured so heavily during the course of the Second World War. Beachy Head, a significant landmark. Coming in, the final photographic opportunity for this afternoon and the final pass of the second day of the flying display of this wonderful airborne show.
Right, go. Careful.
And that is one seriously impressive and poignant way to end this day of commemoration here at Airborne Day 2. Well, thank you all so much for joining us here today. It's been absolutely superb. On behalf of all the crews and, of course, the staff of the Eastbourne Borough Council here, delivering what has been a magnificent day. We even got the weather right, and absolutely superb. Let's try and do it all again tomorrow. Lovely to see so many happy, smiley faces. Do proceed carefully out to the site. It will be very busy around the town, particularly from the car parks and on the roads. Do keep special hold of all the children, any senior adults as well. Go carefully, listen to the stewards, please, and make the most of this evening as well. There's plenty of activity and entertainment around. I'm pretty sure it's sold out, but there is a Queen tribute concert going on in the bandstand. But I think I saw sold out edges there. But if not, then maybe try and get a late notice ticket to one of the theatres. Or just join a few of us on the beach for a good old packet of fish and chips. And finally, if you did enjoy it, then try and keep this show on the road. It takes a monumental effort. Everybody is involved, huge, huge numbers. A massive thanks to all our sponsors that have helped deliver this on behalf of all of you and all of us here involved in managing the entire show. Top of the list, the gold sponsor, Trafalgar, this year. Thank you so much indeed. But also Lansdowne helping hugely with the provision of additional rooms. But a whole raft of others, Stagecoach, Pureprint, Bruford's, Castleview Court, clearly Euro Selective, the environment company that's been helping us here, Elite Medical, Lansdowne, of course, once again, the Moore Radio neighbourhood, the View Hotel, also helping out with providing hotel rooms. But also to all the staff that have been here entertaining you through every hot day this afternoon, the Military Village and all the traders. Thank you all so much. Go carefully and tell your friends to pitch up here again tomorrow. Good night, and time now to hand over to your radios, wherever you happen to be, to 87.7, over to Airborne Radio.